Yo, what up, Trev? Happy Tuesday. I have a fun story about trying to go to jury duty. You got 2 Macs. How am I to listen to both? Oh, are you listening to the podcast? That was a good podcast. Shouts to Xanth, Pure Diablo. What up, Mac Bane? How we doing, Popper? Hello, hello, everybody. Where did I end off here? Season 6. I did Soul Rift. Good job, me. Okay. Oh, baby. Do I want to do Affliction? Affliction's kind of interesting. We're going to be doing an Affliction build guide on Max Roll. We'll wait for a bit. We've heard if Bugmas plans to get fixed. We have not heard anything about what will be changing from the PTR. So it's in a Schrodinger's creeping mist box. What up, Grim? What build should we do next? Do Sever? We can do Sever. We can do Sever. I just need to look up some stuff real quick. All right, I need that. And then this. All right. Starter 754 to 4 masterwork. Excuse me. Flawless, all runes. And we can do step 1 will be rank 15, 200 Paragon points, Torment 2. All right. What up, Tabinator? How we doing? So we have some guidelines for how we're going to be approaching making these builds. Moving. So 60 months.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
60 months?
You're a real one.
Big 6-0. Holy cow, Batman.
Holy cow, Batman is right. 60 months. Wild. Chano, thank you. 5 years. 5 years. Holy cannoli. That's truly wild. 5 years is insane. Of afflicted Bugmist using Bugmist and new affliction. Yeah, we got our affliction multi up to, I think it was like 1500 in game. It was doing pretty well. It was like 10 to 30 million procs. What up, Sarah? Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. We're gonna start with Sever. Where'd we end up on Sever? Big man Blastoise.
Woo.
Ooh. I can kind of just save this one over, can't I? Woohoo. I'd be saving myself a lot of work. I think I can. Let's do it this way. And save this one over to season 6. Save. Load that one. All right. And let's go ahead and look at what we got. How do I feel about this? Did I see the official Diablo channel put up another intro to the expansion? Hey. Also, y'all can go check out the Diablo podcast I did with Pure Diablo. Diablo 4's last chance. Last chance. Next chapter, 19 minutes ago. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Last chance. I don't know who for, but it's last chance. Hold on. What up, Machete? Yeah, what up, Anthony? How we doing, Hunter? Let's see. What? Spooky. Campaign spoilers. Okay, so all right. I don't know what they are, but campaign spoilers. Okay. So if you don't want whatever they are, come back in 6.5 minutes or mute me or don't look. All right. I'll give you like 20 more seconds for people to catch up. It's my boy Brent. We love Brent. We're a big Brent household here. This is a last chance.
Vessel of Hatred is the next big chapter in the story of Diablo 4. When we last left off, we had defeated Lilith, and Neyrelle was sailing south with Mephisto's Soulstone in hand. This is a tremendous burden for someone as young and untrained as Neyrelle. But somehow she has found the will to fight, challenging the primeval every step of the way. In this expansion, we follow their path.
Yeah, we love
Neyrelle
that
seeks
jacket.
salvation from Mephisto and searches for a way to banish him back to the Abyss.
I just want to like... When we say the Abyss there, do we mean the Void or do we mean back to Hell where we took him from in the first place? It's got to be the Void, right? Is the Abyss synonymous with the Void? Hold on. The Abyss, Diablo lore. Abyss is a character, so that doesn't help. Okay, yeah. So when I'm thinking of the Void, it's the Abyss. Okay, all right. Synonyms.
As we wrap up Diablo 4, there has been a huge battle in hell between Inarius, the Cathedral of Lights, and Lilith and all of her demons.
Throughout this entire campaign in Diablo 4, you're
Eleni is
basically
also really
trying
cool.
to defeat
Sorry.
Lilith, so you team up with people like Neyrelle, who's this young, eager character, and then you've got Laura, who is this sort of wise drunk. He was a Herodrim, so he brings this rounded, old-school thinking. He ends up being the catalyst of the group.
Inarius believed that if he killed Lilith, he would be accepted again by heaven. So he went after Lilith. He actually stabbed her, and heaven did not take him back. And he had this moment of, I've been wrong this entire time, and she used that against him and ended up killing Inarius.
So good. So good.
Her goal was to devour her father, Mephisto, and we ended up actually stopping her. And so even though she was defeated, she kind of gave us a warning of, I was the only one that could actually save you from Mephisto.
Nerel is left with the Soul Stone, and she decides to take the essence of Mephisto and trap him into the Soul Stone.
Lorath is still with us and is going to try and help us find information on where Nerel went.
And so we leave off with her sailing south with the stone, telling you, do not follow. The world might need you. And over time, things start to unfold, and you realize that Nerel cannot do this alone. And so you start your search for her. When we pick up in Vessel of
Burned
Hatred, the
Knights.
Cathedral of Light is kind of in disarray.
It became a bit fractured with the death of Inarius, so there was a bit of a split with the Cathedral of Light afterwards.
This created an opening for a whole new sect to rise up and take things into their own hands. And so you end up with a militant wing of the church that is the Burnt Knights. Burnt Knights are led by Yurvar, a survivor of hell. He's uncompromising. He feels that he's final judgment and that he's going to make better decisions for the church.
They battled in hell, and now they're on this manhunt for Nerel and for Lorath. They want them to pay for their crimes.
That's
And they
cool.
think that they should be the ones that have a say on what happens to Sanctuary.
That's actually very cool. I like that.
Mephisto is the Lord of Hatred. He's probably the one primeval that can create the most deep-rooted chaos, breaking up the people of Sanctuary.
In the events of Diablo 2, he was destroyed. He's been slowly resurrecting himself in hell, and he wants to come back and bring himself back to Sanctuary. And now that he is in this soul stone that Nerel carries, this is his opportunity.
The Herald of Hatred is Mephisto's wolf form. It's this astral projected form that he gets to put out and connect with the player and whisper in people's ears.
The connection between Nerel, the player, and Mephisto is the fate of the world. Nerel wants to get rid of him, but the more time she spends with the stone, the tighter the bond between her and the stone is.
The corrupting influence of Mephisto's soul stone is going to potentially convince her to bring Mephisto back instead of destroy him like she originally wanted. So we need to actually make sure that she fulfills her original intent and doesn't fall to Mephisto's influence.
Nerel plans to bring the Soul Stone into the Vault of Light so she can purify the Soul Stone of Mephisto's essence.
The Vault of Light is this really sacred place that Akarat created. His presence is really important through the history of Sanctuary.
Akarat wandered the world speaking the teachings of the Zakharum faith. His tomb is also said to be in the Vault of Light, which is in Nahantu.
Akarat is the one who discovered the spirit realm. When the World Stone was forged and Sanctuary came out of it, this veil was created, and that's what created the spirit realm. Demons aren't there, angels aren't there. It's a very special place for humanity. And for a long time, the spirit realm was not touched. And now Mephisto's corruption is creeping its way, and that's the fear that everybody in Nahantu is thinking about.
Spirituality is really unique to humanity, and in the jungle, it's a big part of their culture.
Aru is this elder, this magical being, a spirit born, and he's really connected to Nahantu. This is his home, this is his ancestral lineage, and he's guiding the player on this journey to help Nerel.
We actually find out that there have been sightings of Nerel in Nahantu, and we end up following her there.
In Vessel of Hatred, this is a story about isolation. We start off with the concept that Nerel is trying to do this alone, but at some point, you realize that things are escalating. And so we morph from this idea of isolation
What up, Carp?
into the idea of being stronger together.
For someone that has been through the journey that our Wanderer has, that Nerel has been through, you feel there's hope that Sanctuary is not going to be lost.
You get to see pockets of Sanctuary that we haven't been able to see before, but it's still all in that same tone, in that same world that everybody loves so much.
Hmm. Hmm. No, not ASMR. As much as I love you, GB, you are phenomenal. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. If there will be a, of course there'll be a cinematic. It's a Diablo 4 game. Have we seen anything about the Spirit Realm yet? Kind of yes and kind of no. We've gotten some stuff about the Spirit Realm. That was good. That was good. I like that. I like that. That was good. I like the kind of stuff going on. I like the Burnt Knights. You know, like what does the Church of Light do? Or what does like the Church of Inarius do? Like after all that, like how does it go about continuing? And like what does that mean? I think is like a really, really important question. What do we think about that? I think that was pretty cool. Clone current set, bring it up here. Is this what we're calling this? No, it's starter. All right, so starter. We gotta make some decisions, and we're not gonna be using any uniques on the starter setup. No uniques. Okay. First thing we gotta do is create step 1. What's the verbiage we're using here? Yeah, step 1. Okay. 200-ish points. Okay. Yeah, I like the story. Starter builds will be 750. Because starter will be purely for endgame. And starter will be purely for endgame. Sorry, I can't think. Starter will be purely for endgame and showing off Torment 2. Torment 2, coming from a leveling guide. Leveling guide should get you into Torment 1. Starter will show you what kind of stats you're going to need for Torment 2. Then we have the idea of like Ancestral. Ancestral is where you now have 800 gear. And we're priming that so that you can survive World Tier 4 or Torment 4 on it. Am I going to any Oktoberfest events around Beantown? I am not. No, I'm not really I'm not in any spheres where Oktoberfest is really like a relevant thing for us. I've made some a 2-3. A 2-3. It's 5 damage or 1 willpower better. Oh, it could be 3 intelligence this way. It's interesting. This looks really stupid, but yeah. Spoilers over? Yes. This is also a good armor node up here. Why would I ever have sacrificial here? Makes no sense. Oh, and desecration as a glyph here doesn't really make sense either. What would I have before Desecration? I would have Exploit. This is still too many points, though. Well, there's this whatever I got going on over here, which is wild bananas. What are we doing here? Okay. Sure. That changes a little bit later, but that's okay. 209 points is fine. Really need to. I can like drop like, I don't need this damage here. Not really. If that's the case though, 2 int, 2 dex, 1 strength. 2 int, 2 dex, 1 willpower. One strength is more important there. It's technically better to go this way, right? Okay, so I'm hitting that, I'm hitting that. This, I'm not hitting the DR. Kind of like begs the question, why? I would be hitting it over here, so then... Right? Just barely not. But that's okay. Just makes more sense. Hmm. Don't really need any of that. Two for 10, sure. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so now we have DR activated, res activated. All right, now let's get all this down and then we'll look at what our numbers look like. Yeah. What up, Misa? Hope you're having a good day. Can you please confirm if they're going to limit us to only 5 boards season 6? Is that accurate? That is accurate. Yes. As it stands currently now. I think it should be 6 boards, but that's where it's at right now. A board per world tier thing? I'm not sure that there's any reason to believe that that would happen. What even begs that question, I would say. Before I do that, let me... Pure malicious, what's the funniest thing they could do here? I generally don't do, like, conjecture for conjecture's sake. Oh, am I an idiot? Also, that's what conjecture means, right? Am I an idiot? I am. Damn it. I am an idiot. There you go. Doesn't have to change too much, but there you go. Do I want 100 additive or soul rift duration? Soul rift duration gets like really big. Let me just get rid of tempers for right now, I would say. That one's easy. Not really sure what that one ends up looking like. Because this might come down to I need like res on a roll instead. I'm intrigued to see how long the Paragon 1 to 200 journey ends up taking. I don't think, I mean, people did it during the PTR. Obviously they could change stuff, but 1 to 200 really wasn't a long journey at all. Because the first levels go so much faster than the levels after. I would say I didn't really seek to like hard push experience. And I ended up gaining like 40 or 50 Paragon over that week. No, pre-ancestral can be masterworked. So a legendary piece of gear can be masterworked up to 4 times. Okay, so this is gear. I'm still doing stand still. Stand still, especially on lower gear. I did the math, right? I did do the math, yeah. A lot of different people leveled up, starting at level 1 Paragon. Mic drop. Not everybody has characters that were level 100. Not everybody has characters on hardcore and on softcore. How often did rune words drop? Well, rune words don't drop. Individual runes drop. How often did they drop? I'm not too sure. I wasn't really paying attention to it. I know it's not particularly helpful for you, but that is a true statement. So let's look. Right now, res is kind of fine. Armor is doing okay. Zero to 200 is 6 times more XP than 0 to 100. So, like 1.5 days of playtime for a blaster. Considering you could go 0 to 100 in like 2 or 3 hours if you were efficient. But we like already have the XP graph of exponential growth per level somewhere. But you don't need rune drops alone to be able to craft a mythic. You also need a resplendent spark. Which will probably be the much more limiting factor. Oh, this is with all res on my pants. Excuse me. I'm going to go essence per second here. I'm going to go... Really need some... Well, actually, doing pretty okay on life. Is all-res an option? All-res is an option. All-res as an option is very interesting, actually. $120 versus 6. 120 is kind of a lot. Let's build as if I don't need that, though. Like, let's go... Let's see. Also gonna have boots. And we don't have any tempers on right now. Like, what does armor look like here? Armor's at 638. What does armor look like here? And armor here. 973. Okay. Movement speed. Int. Essence. I'd want more movement speed. Like, how messed up is it that on your Sever build you can't use Sever as Inexorable Reaper? How messed up is that? Cursed Aura. Oh, what am I putting here for Legendary Aspect? Ooh, boo boo boy. Boo boo boy. Concussive strikes for a multi. You start season 6 with Necro or a new class? I'll be playing both. Expect to see both. Like probably a couple hours on both each day. And content on both. Disobedience is kind of okay. Disobedience is fine. You could also do Embalmer, which is also like fine. Say armor is solved there. Here we go. Res will be solved. Armor, armor, armor. Sever gets to do crit damage. No, you ain't doing 69 nice darkness skill damage. Crit. Armor. Movement speed. So what do we end up putting here? We want mobility, right? Do I want metamorphosis? Do I just want slaughter? Do I just want wind striker? We'll go wind striker. Why not? Okay, here I don't think we change anything here. Oh, I do get to add one masterwork crit. Essence per second. Total armor. Oh, I don't need armor, right? Essence per second. Attack speed, I think. Or crit chance? I'm at 42, I'm at 70, I'm at 80, I'm at 92. Not at 100% crit chance, sure enough. 1.7 per each one, roughly. A little bit less. 4, 5, 6, kind of. Critting. Essence, chance to cast twice. Temper here. I think we do resource generation? Attack speed? Crit chance? Crit chance, sure. Resource generation. Crit chance. Resource generation. Crit chance. So crits at 50, 60, 98. That's good if you're gonna get it. I'm not gonna stress about that so much. Not gonna stress about that. Diamande, bam. Diamande. Now here's the question. Do I need all them armor rolls? I think it really helps to like highlight how important it is to res and armor cap. It's disobedience to get you there, but sure. Okay. Okay, so that's that. That's starter. Starter makes sense. Starter feels pretty good. Let's go check out the skill tree, make sure I didn't mess anything up. Those are questionable. I don't know how often I'm going to be proccing that. I like the lucky hit chance here. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to auto-include these points and like not stop to think of the fact that they're probably not casting their ultimate every 8 seconds. Will be Maxwell Guide leading Spearing Port and stuff. I believe Woody will be. Definitely want this cooldown lower. Enhanced Iron Maiden, like, it's so funny. Enhanced Iron Maiden feels so insanely good when you don't have to cast Iron Maiden ever. Like, if you don't have to cast Iron Maiden, it feels amazing. Yeah, this will be the setup. That's for starter. It's item power 750, 4 out of 4 masterwork in Torment 2. About 200 Paragon points spent. And remember, that doesn't mean Paragon level 200, right? Because there's what, like 20... 28. There are 28 Paragon points from Renown. That's 179. People will probably be past Torment 2 before they get to 179, but maybe they won't be. That's the thing where, like, I have no sense what the casual player's progression through all of this is going to look like. Like the 200 sword, like the attack speed. Yeah. It could be worth playing next season over other classes like Third One. Will it be worth playing? I'm not sure how you would calculate worth. It's a video game, so you should be playing what you find fun, and however you define what you find fun. And then that determines worth. But I don't really think that there's a worth proposition in a video game. You just play what is fun, right? And fun is defined by what personally fulfills you. Eliminator Glyph says that you deal increased damage to elite monsters. It's also a multiplier of normal nodes within range. And then in the legendary bonus, it grants you additional damage to elites. This is really good for grabbing a bunch of main stat, which is what you'll end up having to do with your final points. It's why I'm really uninterested in Paragon. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So this is a Paragon board that we're calling Mythic Respec, the respec that you do when you put on your Mythic gear, because typically your Mythic gear will have particular stats. In this instance, it's Turiel's Might. So I don't really need any all resistance nodes from my board anymore, so we respec for Mythic. This is Paragon level 241. So that's probably around the top end where most people will cap out. But because we're max roll, and because people are gonna be crazy, right? People are gonna be, why isn't this hiding? That, hey, every time I update, and I don't mean like a Windows update, like I updated C++ something for OBS. When I restart my computer, this stops being checked. And I don't know why. Like Windows functionality, you know, this is old guy yelling at clouds, right? Windows functionality has gone to shit. And I don't know what the benefit is supposed to be. But stop unlocking a setting that I put for taskbar behavior when I update Adobe. You know what I mean? But the point I'm getting to here is that I still have 87 points to spend. Can you show how much damage reduction overall I have? For what builds, Daniel? I'm kind of looking at a planner for Soul Rift to make a point about Paragon right now. There isn't like an overarching amount of damage reduction a build will have. But this is the mythic respec. This is effectively the end of a character's progression. For exactly your build, I'm just not playing the game right now, Daniel. So I'm not sure how I can help you currently. Do you have a build and you're trying to understand how much damage reduction you should have? Or is there a reason for asking about damage reduction? Or you have a question about the system? Me telling you how much damage reduction this variant of a Soul Rift build, that's a Theorycraft for Season 6, probably isn't particularly valuable for you. Lemonskate, thank you very much for the follow. But I think Budmas is going to get fixed Season 6. I think it'll get fixed eventually. Yeah, I'm not sure when. This is the end of most players' progression. Right. 241 points spent, 87 points left over. Now, if we were to do some math here, right? People don't know. You're going to have 328 points. 87 points is representative of more than a quarter of your total Paragon points. Talking about a quarter of your total Paragon progression. Most people probably won't see. Which already is like, I don't like that. I have no problem having it like be like a long tail, but people like to complete their characters. And I do think you should be able to complete a character in a season. That's kind of like the point of seasons, as far as I'm concerned. Or one of the primary driving factors for a lot of the player base in a season. So what do you do with these 87 points? Here's what you do with them. You might go, Mac, that doesn't look that much different. Well, let's go zoom in on some of these boards that I've changed, right? So this board kind of makes sense, right? I don't need the all-res anymore. I max out this glyph with like full dex investment. And I build over to here. The reason why I build over to here is because the run of nodes is majority intelligence. You're going to see me pick up a lot of intelligence. And then I had to calculate the difference between just putting another point into intelligence here or picking up a node that says 60 additive damage. Because for every node of intelligence that you get, the benefit of the next node of intelligence reduces. And for every additive damage that you get, the benefit of the next bit of additive damage reduces as well. So the difference between these two boards kind of makes sense, right? I'm going to max out a glyph because getting those stats comes along with a massive amount of additive damage. And then I'm going to try to make long runs of core stat with enough additive damage between the other points to be worth it. Okay. What about here? Does anything really happen here? Okay. So on this board, we have a sacrificial glyph. And what we first do is we build to a bunch of free intelligence nodes that are, you know, pure efficiency, right? And then we pick up any additive that is valuable enough to offset intelligence. Again, not too different. Not too different. Here we have a glyph whose additive bonus comes along with main stat. So this is a very, very efficient pickup of damage. Very efficient pickup here. Then we start getting to some weird stuff. Here's this board. Maximum life, legendary node, minimum pathing for activating a glyph. Maxing out a glyph. Pathing for intelligence efficiency. While picking up a valuable rare node. That makes sense. And then this weird little satellite over here. Well, that's weird. Also, now that I look at it, that's actually not even the most effective. I can actually spend these 5 points without having to path other places. Hold on. So we had this weird little satellite over here, and now we don't. But we have as much main stat as possible, right? And then we have the Eliminator glyph, which we're already kind of maxing out beforehand. The all stats were valuable, etc. And then we swap over to this fun monstrosity with like this, right? And then I actually pulled out points from inside of here because I no longer needed it for like crit chance or whatever. And the amount of willpower that you pick up here, how much that was resource generation as a bonus. And then obviously a very minor amount of overpower, but the resource generation directly leads to like greater output from the build because we want to generate as much resource as possible. And then like these individual strength nodes are actually valuable because they represent a huge amount of armor that we don't have to worry about. And I dare say, this is stupid. I dare say, I dare. This is stupid. I dare say this is stupid. And I don't like it. Like this, that's just ugly. People are going to look at these boards and go, Mac, you messed up. You did it wrong. And I'll go, oh, no, no, no. I, in fact, did not do it wrong. It just looks like I did. Because of how pathing changes and gets better and worse based off of how much core stat you get to. And I don't think that, let me just save this real quick. I don't think that this is interesting. Not really. I think 6 boards is interesting. One, I think you need to cut all these multipliers in half. Every single legendary glyph saying multiply your damage by a quarter again. I don't know who was asking for that. I was not asking for that. I don't think that's particularly valuable. Like 1.285. Multiply 1.285. Legendary glyphs just like more than triple our damage output. I wish that they said stuff like lucky hit chance or convert skill types or convert damage types or something more interesting. Because basically what you do is you just take whatever glyph gives you a multiplier in its first part and a multiplier in its second part. You actually don't care about really anything else. Like this additive damage is like icing on the top of the cake. Because it's representative of about like a 30% damage increase. So this glyph alone says like multiply your damage by 1.3, then by 1.22, then 1.285. I don't find that particularly compelling. And if it was 6 boards, it wouldn't be just take every good rare node. Well, let me back that up. It would still be take every good rare node. How do I describe this? For you to make the decision between pathing out to this node versus just doing this somewhere requires you to make a cool little table. And here's the cool little table. This was how much additive I was getting. Because right here is how much additive I had in total if you assume that I'm overpowering. So just to very quickly get a difference of how much adding to this additive was going to do for me. versus how much just adding intelligence was going to do for me. For this, demanded that I sit there and input the difference for each one. Excuse me. And here's my I'm doing it for you statement. Players are going to get to this point. The benefit of restricting it to 5 boards is that casuals can't mess up as much. Like, you'll know whether or not shadow damage over time is good for your build. If it isn't, you don't click it. Now, you might not put this board on because you think, oh, it'll take them a while to get cursed. That's not good. Which, like, for a one-shot setup, you're technically not wrong. But, like, you may not know that these are the best multipliers for your build. But, like, whichever one of these you pick are good. Whichever one of these you pick are good. You know, whichever one of these you pick are good. This is just obviously good. This is mid, but, like, this is good. Maximum life, I love maximum life. Damage reduction, I love damage reduction. Damage reduction, I love damage reduction. I do a bunch of overpower damage. Hot diggity dog. So casuals will be able to get to this outcome easier. And I think that's good. I think that's good. If that casual isn't using a build guide. Because if somebody's using a build guide, they're actually cut from this equation in its entirety. Because it doesn't matter how many boards it was. If you're copying a Paragon board, you're copying it regardless. You have gained or lost nothing. You have to put in more points, and it is harder to respec because you have to take more points out of every single board. So, you know what? I take it back. It's become worse because we can't just remove a board. You can either reset everything or have to manually take out every single point. So it's just, that's actually just like strictly worse. Because you just put more points into each board. So depending on when you did it, you might mess it up. But if you're copying a board, your quality of life has gone down slightly and nothing else has changed. Casuals who are not copying boards will be able to get to this conclusion easier. And as long as you don't, like, take potion healing and damage to injured enemies, you're not going to mess it up as much. I think that is good. Min-maxers have gained the most tedious game of point-by-point comparison that the Paragon system has ever had. Because you had to do this before as well. It was just easier to understand. And you could understand in-game significantly easier. Because intelligence wasn't 1/4 of its value. So, like, what's 1/4 of 2,930? Hard number to understand. Luckily, it tells you how much damage you get. I get that. But it's harder to look at a piece of gear without putting it on and taking it off and then looking at this number and then seeing what it is to understand what its relative increase will be. And then, like, oddly enough, doing 8.326 divided by, hold on. Doing 8.342 divided by 8.326 is not something I can do in my head. I can't do that in my head. I'm not Rain Man. I'm not that good at arithmetic. What up, Blue Eyes? And then doing 64.218 divided by 60, or I'm sorry, 65.218 divided by 64.218. I can't do that in my head either. So I do have to make this sheet. To determine whether or not my additive source is ever greater than a 0.001583 increase versus what it would be over here. To determine whether or not going out to one of these nodes will be more worthwhile for the total point investment than just putting in int nodes. And the difference between those two things aren't going to be like so visceral that most people will be able to identify like, oh, this is a board that was min-maxed and this was a board that didn't. Right? If all you do is just pick up every single int node as opposed to like thinking about these nodes over here, you'll probably be fine. But our reward for theoretically accomplishing something that the majority of players are not meant to accomplish, which is getting full Paragon points, which is representative of greater than 25% of your total Paragon progression, is opening up an Excel sheet and comparing node to node. And I think that's just like very uninteresting. Not only is it uninteresting, I think it's just like a negative gameplay experience. And just most people won't engage with it. So why are we choosing to take a quarter of Paragon progression and make it uninteractive? I really disagree with the change. Does it matter that much at the end of the day? No, but what if the last 15 levels out of your 60 levels gave you an amount of skill points with not enough options to make it interesting where you put them? So you just kind of toss them out there and what you get is roughly 20 to 30% more damage. And what if a quarter of the aspects that you put on were like generally uninteresting, didn't matter so much, and you got roughly 20 to 30% increased damage from it? What if a quarter of the gems you put in didn't matter? What if a quarter of the tempers you got didn't matter? I don't know why it's okay that the Paragon system gets to have a quarter of its like total progression be effectively meaningless. It doesn't really vibe well with me. Because here's the other thing too. This cannot be optimized. Like there is absolutely a way that I could path through all of this more efficiently and gain 0.00013% more damage. But I do not feel particularly incentivized to find out what that is. What up, Magnus? So I just generally really don't like it. Kind of across the bar. It's like, fine. It is what it is. But I don't really like it. I think we took something like generally pretty cool. Like, I know that, and I know this. I'm not confused by this. I do not have wool over my eyes. What is this? Oh, I know this was too much. And then at the end of the day, all this said was activate multipliers, gain maximum life. Like, that's all this says, right? Gain multipliers and gain maximum life. Hard stop. That's all it says. And the majority of the casual player base didn't know how to determine why this was better. You're level 100 but don't have enough Paragon points to follow the build guide. You need to finish your Renown and get all of the Renown points for Paragon bonuses. But, like, I understand this was not good for the casual player base experience. My argument would be there was nothing stopping a casual player from building out to 5 boards and picking up as many nodes inside of these boards as they wanted. They open up a board, they go, I do shadow damage over time. Hell yeah. And then they go, oh, I got to like 5 boards. I have 5 glyphs activated. I got 4 legendary nodes. I got a bunch of additive damage. Sick. Like putting the cap of 5 boards while increasing the number of Paragon points that we got is a very, very weird change to me. We are projecting that the majority of people who actually play a season will get up to like 250 Paragon points on the top end. And like, don't even get me started on like, is it Sever? Where's my 9 boards set up? Like, first off, I think this was super cool. I think doing this and then doing this, I think this was super cool. You know, call me biased. I think the fact that some people could get to here and some people couldn't was actually pretty cool. But I understand that this was not very approachable. My issue being that the outcome is that the difference between 75% done with Paragon and 100% done with Paragon is kind of just the question, are you willing to open up an Excel sheet? And if you're not, are you willing to just put in every single intelligence node that's within reach? Or main stat node that's within reach? Are you willing to do that? And then like what that will do, because there will be because you just want to pick up every single intelligence node or core stat node within reach, that actually means that your normal pathing through the Paragon before you're at 250 points is actually significantly different pathing the other time. So that means that once you have all your points, you need to do a full respec of your boards, and then it's just going to be this wash of like mostly filled in as you travel. I just don't find that particularly compelling. think one of the reasons why they did a max of 5 Paragon boards is so that glyphs feel unique because, but hold on, so that statement is predicated on the reason why we have a limit of boards is because they also increased the number of Paragon points by 100 plus. I find it hard to justify one of the changes with the other change and then trying to like restructure, like redescribe it off the infrastructure that is the current system. Send this fit to Blizzard. Oh, I've written them books. Because it's not just we got more Paragon points. And it's not just that they capped it to 5. It's we got more Paragon points. They capped it to 5. They made it so that you need to pick up resistance and armor in your Paragon board for the majority of builds. And they added legendary bonuses that over triple your damage. So it's like trying to justify one with the other is predicated on all of these things had to happen, and that's why they all make sense. I just really, really don't like this. Like, look at all these random little intelligence notes I pick up. Just because? Because they're there? But yes, so they did increase the total level of Paragon for you to continue to have something to do, which I actually agree with. I actually like that. Because once you hit level 100, you no longer had progression that was measurable unless you got a piece of gear. So it gives you something to continue to progress. I think that's cool. I just think it's meaningless progression. It is an illusion of progression. This, I need to hit one more level to finish my Paragon. What do I get for having completed my character? 0.0001% damage increase. This should not be the final step of a progression system, ever. Just hard stop. Hard stop. This is bad. Bam. Here we go. Like, at least in Diablo 2, it was like a skill point, which you always felt good about getting a skill point. And even if it's really inconsequential, at least it's like, boom, my skill tree is done. I have every single point. Now all I care about is gear. This, it doesn't change how much crit chance I have. It doesn't change how much resistance I need. It doesn't change my resource generation breakpoint. It doesn't change my cooldown reduction. It doesn't make it so I can put a different affix on a piece of gear. It is 0.00112% damage increase. This sucks. Watch. I have completed my character. Nice. That sucks. Sucks the moon out of the sky. Here's my recommendation. Are you ready for this? 6 board cap. Cut legendary nodes in half. 6 board cap. Because the difference between the 250 points to get to here and the additional 80 points would be the ability to build into one more board where I can pick up nice to have utility type stuff that I didn't have previously because it wasn't required for the build to function. I get my one more glyph. I won't be able to max out every single glyph. I won't just be able to pick up every single random additive rare node. I'll have to make the decision. Do I want to pull out some points on this extra stuff to be able to go get my one more legendary node? Because most builds don't really have like a 6th legendary node that's super impactful. Or I'm sorry, a 5th legendary node that's super impactful. But could be nice to have. Let me build down to one more glyph, one more legendary node, fill out the bonuses on that board. I only get to max out like 3 of my glyphs as opposed to all of them. It makes the additive damage on my gear more important. It isn't just me picking up main stat for the purposes of picking up main stat. It demands that you actually care about how you progress through your boards. Because when it's just pick up all main stat on the way, choosing to do this versus this kind of doesn't matter. And it stops glyphs from just like being as wildly powerful as it is. Six boards. Cut legendary bonuses in half. Just already do that, by the way. Legendary bonuses just already need to be cut in half. Being representative of a 3.3 times total damage multiplier is crazy to me. And that's not even all 28.5 multis. I have a 20.5 multi somewhere in here, I think on Sacrificial. Yeah. Because what's the detriment of having one more board and having these 87 points mean anything at all? The idea would be too much power from Paragon. Homie. This glyph says 1,000 additive damage. And a 22 multi. And a 28 multi. We are far gone from Paragon being too influential on the output of a build. It stops this nonsense. This. Most players were only going to get here anyways. So if the desired outcome is that it's easier for a casual to be able to interact with, not mess up as much, and get the same amount out as like a min-maxer, they will already accomplish that. They won't be able to get to that next board. They will already have 250 points, right? Or even if they do, they'll be missing out on so much stuff here they won't survive, and they'll be like, oh, hey, maybe I do care about this armor node. You know, leave it as a learning opportunity for the player as well. All right, I'm done with my rant. 6 boards, cut multis in half. Everybody wins. Also, I just think that the legendary bonuses need to not be multipliers in the first place, but if they're gonna be multipliers, cut them in half. Ancestral. Ancestral. That's where I'm at with my life. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Rippity. Excuse me. Starter. Paragon. So this was step 1. Out of variant. Step 2. Yeah. So this needs to be desecration. Um, it's like more valuable. Yeah, we just leave that like that. Yeah. Sure. Are these the ones I would want? I think this one is going to be changed. The sacrificial isn't. Hold on, wait a minute. Get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper. Yeah, Scourge is just better. I like control. Do I like control this much? Control's pretty good. Control's great for, yeah, control's great. I'm on control. I'm on team control. I wish this region was like more interesting. There's like, you get into here, but what about exploit? Now that I think about it. Now it is interesting. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So save that. Well, save it. Actually, save it on step 1. Save. Then we clone. Ancestral. Go to step 2. Say that. Because then we have to go to step 3. Step 3 is mythic. Which is not ancestral. Bump this up to Torment 4. Save that, and then we get to do this whole little song and dance again, but with unique items. Oof. I also do need a little snack. I feel my blood sugar going low. Are we doing Lucian? Doing Lucian, right? I just want maximum life. Like, do I really care about cooldown reduction altogether that much? I guess I kind of do. I guess most people would, but like, it should kind of be fine, shouldn't it? 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper. Underground methods. royal gems. Yeah, that's a yeah, that's good. For the armor, I'm a big stepper. 10 toes in when we standing on business. Armor is going to be interesting. Let's just get everything up to 800. 12 out of 12. Rid of these for a hot second. Here, what's armor looking like? Where's that 825 already? So that's like pretty decent. These won't exist. These will be degrees of the empty tomb. Soul Rift duration would be nice. Looks like we do need armor. Can I GA that bad boy? Boom, armor's all set. Great. Let's go essence per second. People probably feel better with that. Is this also Soul Rift duration? Then a tendrils? Sure. Crit chance is up to 53, is 80, 91 is one. Okay, so I actually don't need more crit chance. So then I think it all comes down to attack speed. Current attack speed is at 66.8. So I could stand to gain a lot. Will the Blood Wave be stronger than this build? Will Blood Wave? Probably. Blood Wave currently, if nothing else has changed, is the third strongest Necromancer build. Wait a minute, kid, how you live it? 10 toes in, we standing on business. I'm a big stepper. Royal will grant me how much? 24, so I'm at 50. Okay. Hmm. So I don't actually need chance at all. I'm pretty buck wild. Because I could actually get it all from here, then what does that get me? Elemental Surge? Not the best. But it is something that you can do. I don't even need this, right? I do. Yeah, I guess. I guess just not needing to masterwork crit on your weapon is like pretty dope. The crit damage. Huh. Some life is already pretty good. Is resource gen still the most important? We only have 8 essence per second over here. I don't think resource gen is the most important. 150, we have minus 34. I think this becomes... This becomes movement speed. And, could this just be damage? $150. Is there any utility that I like really wanted but just couldn't pick up? The chance to stagger is also like pretty huge. Wait a minute. Here's how you leave it. Because this could just be crit damage, right? 100 additive. Let's just do people will like resource cost reduction. I missed out on your explanation about why you're not using Starless guys in this setup. Would you be so kind and explain it again or point it out in the video? Because this isn't the mythic variant yet, Zaratha. This is the ancestral version of the build. I haven't gotten to mythics. Oh, you didn't bother me. Crit. Bu- 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 bu. Probably want these to actually be barrier gen. Is that just true everywhere? Kind of. No, it's when they're only royal. It's only 16 versus 24. It's kind of hard to make that argument, I think. So now, attack speed's at 76. So I need more res. Just straight up. Yeah. Zane, thank you for the follow. I mean, like, quite literally one intelligence node gets me there, right? Like, bam. Okay. Okay. Oh. Wait. Hold on. Still need it. But, well, hold on. Yeah. Will this have enough essence regen? It will, yes. Yeah, it uses Band of Exposed Flesh. As 34, 48, 63. This needs to be resource cost reduction. And crit damage. Yeah. It turns out when your Sever hits every target up to like 8 times, you'll proc Exposed Flesh a lot. Sever also has a historically like very low essence cost. Do you love the Blood Artisan's rework? That's not a Blood Artisan's rework, that's a bug. Unless we're just talking about the 3 blood orbs instead. Which is like, sure, that was a minor boost to its damage output. Oh, I mean, it's a significant boost to its damage output, but Blood Artisans only works that way because of a bug. Or the verbiage on the item needs to be updated, one of the two. So that's that. Skill tree any different? No, it would not be. Excuse me. That can be there. It ultimately will be there. It'll just look a little bit weird, but like, what can you do? Alrighty, so that's that version. And now we make the mythic version. And that's where I'll go grab a snack. Also on ads now so you don't see them later. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate y'all being here. And I'll be right back. Voody! Voody shows up 4 minutes ago. Bro, look, okay. First off, thank you for the raid, Voody. I appreciate you. Welcome in, everybody. My name is MacroBioBoi. I play a Necromancer or something. Thank you for the raid. I assume everybody immediately leaves. We are doing our theory crafting for the Season 6 build guide updates. So we are currently on Sever Necromancer. We've already done what the starter will look like, what you'll look like at Ancestral, and then what the mythic gear will look like. Also doing Paragon reworks for each setup, skill reworks. And we're kind of just like going through and crunching every number. Well, sadly, we've ended the chair stream. It's back to MacroBioBoi. Now, I am eating yogurt. And it is white yogurt. And we're all just going to be cool about that. All right? All right? It's yogurt. It's Siggy's. Real vanilla. Crazy Trippin' in Michiru. Thank you very much for the follows. Alright, so for the mythic setup, gotta change some gear. Here, I'm gonna want barrier gen at this point. I probably want Tyraels. Right. Okay. I finished the yogurt. Don't be weird about the yogurt. Hell yeah. Old candle holder is the perfect thing to hold a yogurt cup. This probably wants to be Tyraels, right? Okay, we gotta maintain an attack speed bonus here. What up, Dela? Are we being... We were being... I was just asking everybody to not be weird about yogurt if they could manage that. But I am talking to the internet. Pointy Boy, thank you for the follow. Can you explain the difference in how I tell what is better for me when it comes to two-handers versus one-hander, and also the difference between shields and the focus item? Can I fully explain itemization, basically, at the core of it? So... two-handed weapons are slower, but do more damage. One-hander and a focus is faster, but does less damage. To figure out whether or not taking your strongest damage aspect and multiplying it by 2, versus having 2 smaller multipliers, requires you to do the math. So we'll use we'll use, oh, let me save this. Hello? Okay. We'll use a different example. Season 4. And we'll do Bone Spear. Okay. So, Bone Spear could have Great Feast on it. So the base damage of the weapon is much higher. And it could have a 90% damage multiplier on it. And just to give you an idea, going from like a two-handed weapon to a one-handed and a focus is like about an 11% difference in damage, depending on what weapons you were using. So the difference between using this weapon with a 90% multiplier on it, which is a 1.9% multiplier, or a 1.9 times multi, right? Nearly doubling your damage. Or a one-hander with this multiplier and an offhand with your second best multiplier is you now have a 1.45 multiplier and a 1.45 multi over here. So you have to do that math, 1.45 times 1.45. That ends up being a 2.1 times multiplier, a 110% multiplier. So using these two multipliers together is better than just taking the biggest one and multiplying by 2. But you have to do the math. You know, like if it was only like, let's say instead of using Serration over here, I could only use Conceited. Maybe this was my next biggest multiplier, right? A 1.5 times a 1.3 is actually only a 1.885, so an 88.5% damage increase, which is obviously less than a 90%. So depending on what damage values you get to add onto your weapons determines whether or not you'll do more damage. And there's no easy to follow math. It should just have to do the calculation. So you have to become very conscious of what it means when this thing says increases your damage by 45%. That means that you have 100% of your damage multiplied by 45% bonus, which is 1.45. And then you take your second one, you do that too. The difference between a focus and a shield is that a shield is a defensive item. You can put defensive aspects on it as well as utility aspects, as opposed to a weapon, which you can only put offensive aspects on. And a shield does less damage than a focus. Basically, on the Necromancer, as it currently stands, unless you are like a hardcore Andy who is very uncomfortable playing the game, you will never use a shield because of how much less damage you do with it. Unless you don't need damage, in which case, perfectly fine to use a shield. But there's no such thing as better. It is every scenario requires you to do the math every time to determine for your build, which is currently better for your build. There is no one set answer. That sadly does not exist. Attack speed is 92. We're gonna go with that for right now. 1 4% damage increase versus it's actually not better. I'm gonna leave it there right now. I'll leave it there right now. Now, here's the interesting part. I have to do this math. You ruined your whole barb build. Why'd you go and do something like that? One day, I will just leave this math there, and I won't redo this every time. %90 damage increase versus okay, so sacrificial on the amulet becomes the strongest. Okay. That means that I can drop down to 75% crit chance. No, even more. Oh. Because I have 25, which is 89 and 12. Okay. I want to swap to meta build, so I salvaged my old gear for it, but mine was better. Oof. No problem, Crazy Trippin'. figure there isn't a point in taking the third skill on Sever since I always apply Vulnerable with Soul Rift. Hmm. I don't think that that's wrong. I think it demands a particular playstyle, and you'll be very minorly punished in unimportant ways. But it's not wrong. Or it's not strictly wrong, I'll say. Okay, so... Oh, do I even need this anymore? I don't. Let's fucking go. Let's range. Okay. So, here... I don't need crit chance anymore. Intelligence is probably the answer. Maximum life is also fairly good. This can also become intelligence. That's fine. We don't need all this resource cost reduction. I think this could go to lucky hit. Attack speed does not affect dot tick rate, no. It does apply how quickly you can apply dots, because your animation will go faster. Meaning that you will do more damage if you are casting spells. Now, what do we do here? Probably total intelligence, right? This is a 6.51 versus intelligence 7.776. 19% damage increase versus terror. Okay. So yeah, it's better than terror ranks. So we could go from 36 to $54. 13% increase, or 7.776 up to 8.643. Okay, cool. So this is better. Might be a point difference where putting one into the other one is better than the other one. Who knows? I don't think I need any resource cost reduction just straight up. I think the lucky hit chance is more than enough. Excuse me. Soul Rift duration is actually kind of crazy. I don't think we really need that though. We just go pure crit damage, sure. Skull. Attack speed, intelligence, resource cost reduction. Again, we don't need resource cost reduction. I mean, what else would we put? Ultimate cooldown? We can put a lucky hit chance to be able to generate essence. That would take the necessity off of this. This could be additive damage. It's technically more damage. Does it really matter? Not really. This is where it gets hard. So I'm gonna explain the difference between two things, and I'd love to get some feedback from people. Okay. This lucky hit chance to restore all of your essence will be able to be triggered from the multiple severs that shoot out. You'll basically trigger this every single pack. On top of the natural resource cost reduction from Starless Skies, Sever's only going to be costing like 15 essence or something like that. And you'll trigger this at least once every 6 casts. You'll never run out of essence. On top of the fact that Soul Rift will also be generating you essence. Oh, does Soul Rift generate? No, Soul Rift doesn't generate enough essence to offset it. But it almost does. On this ring, I could put lucky hit chance to be able to restore 21% maximum essence. So that, along with Soul Rift on a target, you will almost certainly have 100% uptime of maximum resource. This one over here says you would never have problems. When you are looking at a ring, when I'm telling you, hey, here's what you could do. you could put lucky hit chance to be able to restore essence here. And if we go and do the math and figure it out to determine like whether or not this is good enough. Because this will be generating basically 1.25 casts of Sever every single time that it triggers. On top of the natural generation from Soul Rift, which is 6 essence. It's actually 12. Hold on. Soul Rift doesn't offset the complete cost of Sever per second. Because it is 12 souls, which is 24 essence. And we're casting Sever nearly 3 times per second. Soul Rift is almost fully offsetting the essence cost. I answered my own question. Sorry. Great talk. You could just recommend tempering any of the worldly stability tempers and it would be fine. I don't like saying just do a worldly temper because resource generation actually wouldn't be enough. Resource cost, actually, this is the only one that would be enough. It was whether or not I think that this will trigger often enough to offset the cost. And realizing that this is 24 per second. Most people will not be at max attack speed breakpoint. Max attack speed breakpoint is less than 3 attacks per second. It's like 2.9 attacks per second with the cost of roughly 15. I think you should realistically trigger this once every like 3 casts. This offsets more than the cost of Sever. That's kind of tight though. I would feel better with 2. We're using Perdition. We wouldn't be using Unmaker on this setup. This is a Sever build, not a Soul Rift build. Yeah, we'll also have Sever cast twice, and hopefully they fix it so that it actually works with Reaping. If Sever casts twice, it's like no question. Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 26. And a little bit from Desecrated Ground as well. Which hopefully also stacks. Oh. My issue is the first time somebody doesn't proc this and runs out of essence, they feel really bad. Like, this is a little... Like, the benefit here is you gain some additive damage and you don't gain ultimate cooldown. But people won't like showing it here. But do you need ultimate cooldown when we're talking about triple mythic? Like... People hate when you do not have 100% uptime of your ult. I don't have cooldown reduction anywhere else. But like that won't be the min-maxed version of it. What up, Yama? Technically speaking, this is the best setup, as I currently understand it. The only issue is that it's predicated on the person always high rolling. Well, it's not even high rolling, it's mid rolling. Soul Rift is also going 100% of the time. It has crap lucky hit chance, but that also triggers on it. This will be fine. Can eat corpses? No, I don't put points into Grim Harvest. There's no reason to now. This will trigger. Is it enough? I only need to trigger it once per second. Once per 3 casts. To completely offset it, right? Because it's 20... What did I say? 12? 24? I only have to offset 7.61 essence per second. This will trigger once per second. It could even... it could trigger... basically once every 3 seconds, and I would actually be fine. This works. This works. I'm not going to sit here and agonize about it. This works. Is it the best? Additive versus the LT. 145 additive at this point is pretty low. Be even lower later. Well, 1100. 1200. 1250. 14-ish. It's nearly a 10% damage increase. So it'd be slightly better uptime on alt and no essence issues ever versus no essence issues ever and 9% damage. This is good. This is good. I don't know what I'm agonizing over. So res is managed, armor is managed. We have the mythic set up. Stats are, I think, min-maxed. Almost 6,400, 6,500 max life. Feeling pretty good. Soul Restoration is extant at all. Extra DR. Movement speed to offset the lack of movement speed over here. Okay. Have I created Affliction build yet? I did during the PTR, yeah. It's in the Discord. Sorry, just got pinged. Sorry.
Blessed above all others be the hour when you remember to remember me. I'm going to let you pray.
Okay. So this feels good. Now, what we need to do is the step 3. This is Mythic Respec. So obviously we don't need as much res. We don't need as much a lot of stuff.
So, here we go.
This will also be Glyph rank 100. Glyph rank 100. You okay? I also really, yeah, so let's do this. Let's take a look. Res is still very fine. Yeah, I have a bit of res to do, you know, a bit of res to hand out. So like 50. And then how's armor on this setup? Ooh, just barely at armor. So just barely at armor leaves us in an interesting place. But I think it's mostly okay. Then it is maxing out for rank 100 glyphs. 8 to elites or intelligence. Intelligence here outperforms. $54. I think it gets up to 59 or 64, 64 depending on the board. Okay. Exploit here. Ooh, they're only 31 points of added. Oh, additive is actually much more impactful here currently, now that I think about it. Okay. Here. Oh, we actually don't care about desecration. Really begs the question, is it the best option? Like, it could be a lot of additive. How much additive would it have to be? It would have to be a lot of additive. So, what up, Kiwi? How we doing? What is base armor on this at the moment? 1011. So we have 1700 right now. 2000, 2050, 2070, 22, 23, 2350. $23.50 is 24.50. This would have to be equal to this 1.1. They would have to offer me to beat a 10% multi. They would have to offer me 240 additive for it to beat. Would have to offer me 500 additive. This is going to be different, but it's really hard to say what. It will be. Because this just like can't exist in its current format. But there isn't anything. Imbiber. 54 is 3. Oh shit, is Imbiber better? Oh no. Is Imbiber better? Is this my current multi? It's equal to this multiplied by 1.2 multiplied by 1.208. It would only need to offer me 400 additive to outperform it? What does it offer me? Ooh, okay, but hold on. Because all of those points aren't intelligence. So I'm at a 7, so I'm at 8.979. 8.979. And okay, so hold on. Each one is 6. So one, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, which is actually 8. 8 instances of 6. 48. So it's 3191 is equal to this divided by 4. To be equal to so this is the difference of 29. This is what I actually need to look at. Oh my god. It's point. It's 0.8% more damage. What up, Kiwi? It's 0.8% more damage. That's factoring the deficit? Yes, Chrono. In Torment 4, I have 1011 armor. Whoa! Because now we have to ask a lot of questions. Grandpappy? No, Grandpappy comes nowhere close to Reaping Lotus. Grandfather on the Necromancer is almost never the best option. It's like not even really close if you look at it. Its additive damage is negligible. Its amount of maximum life is like okay. Its all stats are just like worse than core stat. And then primary resource doesn't matter on it. And then it says double your damage. Or you could have something that says more than double your damage. Unless you have a really bad weapon, Grandfather is almost never the option on Necromancer. Now here's the question. How much damage of our build do we assume the desecrated ground represents? Because if Imbiber represents a 0.8% damage increase, do we think that Desecrated Ground represents half of 0.8% of our total damage output? And the reason why I ask is because that aspect is going, the glyph is going to grant it 1,000 additive damage, basically doubling its damage. And the question is, do we think Desecrated Ground represents 0.4% of our total damage output? It's going to be a hard sell for me to explain to people that Imbiber is better for them than a thing that says 20% damage twice. Well, it's whether or not I even recommend the Greaves, right? Oh, no, I do recommend the Greaves. Yeah, I recommend Greaves, no question. You have to hit projectile shoot twice 100% of the time. There's just no question. Now, they suck because of how they work, so hopefully they took my advice and gave it Death's Approach ranks or just gave it movement speed instead of Reaper's Pursuit, because Reaper's Pursuit is bad. Just straight up bad. McDunkles. Thank you very much for the follow. Also, they say 27 DR, which is like pretty rad and basically double your server size. It's gonna be real hard for me to sell people on this. Have I tried the Greaves already? Yes. When you evade, it leaves behind desecrated ground for 2 seconds. It's 0% relevant to the build. It does not impact gameplay in any meaningful way. Man. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna leave Desecration here because it's the thing that makes the most sense, right? Very easy to grok Desecration. But you saw it here first. When a bunch of people actually start running Imbiber because the additive damage increase plus the base 24.8% increase will probably outperform a 10% multiplier on their build. You heard it here first. Just remember that. Remember that in the future. If you've never heard that before, you heard it here first. Holy man. You don't have to come back and praise me. But when you come back and you're like, Mac, why aren't you using Imbiber? Just remember, I already thought about it. What about Territorial? Territorial has a smaller base multiplier. And grants DR. That's not terrible. But the additive number on these nodes are getting like so high that I think it may become relevant. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. This is what you actually do. You don't do any of this nonsense. Probably. Yes, definitely. Does this break anything? Did it change anything? No, 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 no. Okay. So that's Mythic Respec. Where we're maxing these out. Except for Desecration. If you have a decent amount of DR already, is Darkness better since it's decreasing enemy damage? It actually doesn't matter that it's decreasing enemy damage. That's actually not different mathematically. Do we already know the dex multiplier for Spiritborn? We do not. Either Sever absolutely cares about it. While you're standing in desecrated ground, you do 20% shadow damage and you increase your shadow damage. Sever absolutely cares about it. It just depends on, like, how you activate. So, like, Infinimus can only activate it through Blood Soaked. Sever activates it for free. So that requires an aspect. The aspect would say 20% damage, which would allow you to use a 20% damage glyph that gives you 20% damage. So that aspect alone is a 1.2 times a 1.2 times a 1.2. So that aspect allows you to enable a total of roughly 74% damage. Or you could be running like Conceited, 1.3. And then what would you run instead of Desecration? Would be the question, right? So like 1.248 from the Imbiber, and then the difference in the additive damage, which would be equal to... So Imbiber Glyph would be better than just running Conceited and Imbiber on Infinimist rather than running the Aspect slot and then getting this multiplier. So the answer is, like always, you have to do the math. But typically, Infinimus doesn't really want to use Desecration because it doesn't really want to use hold on before I lie to you. What was I recommending? Was I recommending Blood Soaked? I was not. I was not recommending blood soaked. So I probably would not try to force it on. Okay, 97 points on the Paragon board. Where do I put these points? Um, additive damage is stronger than intelligence. All intelligence, thank you. I have 97 points to spend. I already have roughly a metric dick ton of intelligence. So it's 6 per. 6 per. So 3272. 3272 plus 6. So each 5 intelligence that I get is 0.001. And then for a while. It's 25. All representative of 0.001. What would 7.5 equate to? All right, time to do the math again. $1,768 plus 307, 382, 402, 543. Hmm. 580, 600, 833. So it's a 27.01. Plus point 075. Okay. So here, building out to this cluster right here, it's got to be equal to like this minus this. So that's worth it. Is that the best way to build out to that cluster? Yes. That's worth. Okay. Building over to here is strictly worth. Because it's 10 intelligence with a bonus. This, I value max life at higher than intelligence. that is worth. These are. This is, because it's strictly better. 5 additive I don't think outperforms. What does 5 additive do? Five additive very barely performs, but not at the amount of additive that I've added. So 1 point for 25 additive would outperform. Okay. What about glyph stats? I've already maxed out all my glyphs that are relevant. I've maxed out control glyph, I've maxed out essence, I've maxed out exploit and eliminator. This is nothing. So this would be 3 points. So I'd lose out on useless and a willpower. So I would trade overpower for willpower. Have I tried theory crafting? I did. It's in my Discord right now. Oh, is it? Hold on. Did I not add it? Hold on. Oh, I did. I don't know why it's gone. I did. I did. I need to create it. We're going to be making a build guide for it on Maxroll. Right, give me a quick second. Yeah, give me a quick second. What up, Miles? I'm doing well. How are you? So for people who were here during my previous rant where it was like, this is why I don't like to change the Paragon board. This is why I don't like to change the Paragon board. Because you can't in-game figure this out. I think that kind of stinks. I have 58 more points. The question is, do I have any other nodes that are even vaguely relevant? The answer is no, not really. The answer is no, right? This one. I'll end up putting that point back, but like, at least for right now. It just looks cooler. Additive. I'm at 389. How is that possible? Oh, because it's slightly more. Oh, so this is actually plus 5 times 1.228. And this rounds. So I'm, where am I at? 2389, I'm here. So int is still worth 0.0016. Okay, so 5 additive is still outperforming here. So now we pick up every 5 additive. Damage to crowd control, I evaluate it. A third vulnerable is a 5 additive at 100%. Damage. Damage to injured is 0.35. Still more valuable? Is that accurate? Hard to say. $2 points is not worth it. So it's 2 points to get to additive that will outperform. 2 points to get to additive that will outperform. Huh. Do I think there will be big changes? Yes, I think there will be big changes, but I think the failure in this conversation will be what you and I both consider to be big changes. I think the vast majority of what you saw is the structure that will walk into the game. What does big mean is really hard to kind of quantify. But yes, I think many things will be different. Hyper disappoint you about Desecration? What has disappointed you about Desecration? So what's interesting is that since I have 49 points to spend, any row of intelligence is free. Be good, Yama. That means that instead of spending the 3 points here to get here... Also, I should just spend them here. Oh, that's just better. One, two, three. I can pick up this whole cluster. This costs 1 point to get here. This costs 1 point to get here. But then it would cost 3 points to get to here. Okay. This costs 1 point to get here. This costs 1 point to get here. This costs 2 points to get here. So, this costs 1 point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This seems like the easiest option. 1 point to get to this cluster. It's just whether or not I can do anything with that. Kinda can't. This is 1 point. This is 1 point. So here's the interesting part. That's cheaper. Right? It's the exact same cost. But it gets me to this. Gets me here. No, it is one cheaper. It is one cheaper. Okay. Can you take gate attachments? You cannot. Although that is a good question. Okay, so that's that board handled. Wowee. Well, that only costs 1, so then I shouldn't even path out of this. Oh, I should path out of this one. Ooh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, maybe this should be my last board. Pathing in and out of this board does suck. It costs 4 points. I could make it cost 3 points. This would be 3 points. This would be 1 point. This one costs 2 points. This one costs 3 points. But Pathing Out here costs 4 points. Costs 4 points both ways. It could cost 3 points. Do I have a worse than 3-point gate anywhere? Well, minimum this should spin. That costs me 3 points instead of 4 points. This one also cost me 4 points. That would also cost me 4 points. Oh, wow. Game becomes very interesting when you rethink point cost wise. Do I value these at 100%? Do I think I'll be picking with Blood Orb against a boss every 5 seconds? Kind of. If I value this at 100%, I value that at 100%, don't I? That's not really like I have an alternative. Yeah, I don't have an alternative, so it kind of doesn't matter. Oh. Okay. I think this costs 4. There's no way around it. This one will just cost 3 or 4 points to get out of. So this one in comparison only costs 3 points to get out of. As opposed to 4 points. So I should dead end on this board. Yeah, that's accurate. Oh, it sucks. Nobody likes that. Do I think they're going to patch out Shade Mist? I don't think they're going to patch out Shade Mist. I think they'll fix Shade Mist. I don't think they'll patch it out. I don't think they'll remove Shade Mist. Yeah, this is... This should never have been my second board. The benefits are really strong. Excuse me. So we are at the point. So yeah, let me. Maybe this is a good opportunity for a video. Maybe this is a good opportunity for a video. And I'll kind of cover that concept. Hold on real quick. Let me go turn off this fan. With the Season 6 PTR now what seems like in the far distant path, myself as well as everybody else at Maxroll, and I assume the majority of your favorite build guide creators are getting to the hard theory crafting. Yes, there will be patch notes, yes, there will be changes walking into the season, but basically as much of the work as we can get done right now will make for a really easy transition into getting all the build guides live and updated, being able to go and test these things in the live game, etc. when the expansion drops. So, I've basically subjected my chat to just watching me stare at this Paragon board. Thank you very much for the follow. So I basically just subjected my chat watching me stare at this Paragon board and just very slowly go completely insane. Because if you haven't seen any of my previous videos, I've put a lot of time and effort into min-maxing Paragon boards, coming up with like the rule of 5, really good ideas of how to enter and leave boards, how to circumvent and get around like inefficient pathways, etc. But in Season 6, the game is a lot different. Most people, and if I were to just show you the previous version of this, should expect to have a board that looks something like this. 5 boards in total, you're going to be activating 5 total glyphs, picking up 4 legendary nodes, and then picking up any good nodes worth of rare and magic bonuses, so like armor and resistances are incredibly difficult and important to get, especially trying to get into Torment 4, where you have massive like negative armor and negative resistance penalties. So the fine art of when do you change your Paragon board is going to look very different and much more not invasive, but it's going to participate in a lot more of your overall progression. Once you have enough of your total res picked out, you no longer need nodes like these, whereas before you get like a really good pair of pants that has all resistance on it, or maybe you finally pick up your first mystic, or maybe you pick up one of your first mythic Ubers, something like Starless Skies that gives a ton of all res, or Tyraels, obviously. What your Paragon needs to do and what it needs to look like for your character to hit all those caps is going to look very different person to person. That's not necessarily what I'm here for, but I want to give a little bit of context for why you probably need to spend a lot more time learning about the Paragon system now that we have as many points as we do, stats on our gear are as high as they are, and what it means, the difference between what most people will do and what min-maxers will do. And I think a really good example will be looking at this current setup right here. This is going to be for my Sever Necromancer, and while I'm going to have a starter version, which is only assuming that you're going to be on Torment 2, so I only have to handle a certain amount of negative resistance and negative armor, building up into Ancestral, gear that you can't drop until you're actually in Torment, it'll always have a GA, you'll be able to masterwork it up 12 to 12. will start to look a little bit different. And then once you are on that mythic gear, something that you're going to have long before you ever finish leveling out your Paragon is also going to look a lot different. Right here, we assume that this character has 233 Paragon points. Just to give you an idea, getting up to Paragon point 200 is going to take anywhere between like 5 to 6 times as long as it took to get to level 100 in the past. So for your average character, that might be like a week or two of gameplay. For a blaster, that's the first like 2 or 3 days. Considering we got getting up to level 100 down to about like 2 to 3 hours, depending on your class and your build. But I think that realistically, most people who play throughout the entirety of the season will get up to about 250 Paragon points. And that might be a bit of a stretch, we'll have to see. The issue being that if you only get up to 250 Paragon points, you technically have like another 83 that you could get for those people who play throughout the entirety of the season. And things start to get kind of weird when you add that many Paragon points to a board. Now, things that'll be really important to understand about the current character that you're looking at here is that I already have well over 3,000 intelligence, and I also have thousands of additive damage. Now, for most people, what you'll end up doing is basically picking up every single rare and magic node, every single thing that says damage or your core stat. You may ignore ones that are more niche. You may not want to go get ones like damage to injured, because those are only worth about 35% of their total value, since it only works once a monster is at 35% of its remaining life. But the more that you build out and pick up these little nodes, etc., you're going to start noticing you kind of ran out. Now, this same example, but instead attempting to spend all of my points, started to drastically change what my boards looked like, because your core stat nodes effectively become free. Now, what do I mean about free? If we were to go through this board, you will notice that I've picked up every single rare and magic node that says additive damage or core stat. I have gone to every single thing that actually works for my build. Like here, shadow damage over time doesn't work because I'm a Sever build. I'm not a Blight build. I don't care about this node. But I've picked up everything. I've picked up every single maximum life node. I've picked up every additive node, even with ones that say like when I pick up a blood orb. I've picked up every single node that actually matters. Now, I haven't picked up things like damage to injured because again, they're only worth about a third of their current value. And at my current intelligence level and my current additive damage level, I need to get at least 5 additive damage to outperform getting 5 intelligence. Now, what do I mean to outperform getting that much intelligence? Well, let's go ahead and look at how much int I have right now, which is 3,401. At 3,401 intelligence, increasing this by a single intelligence node will increase my damage by 0.16%. That's right, I'm getting 0.16% total damage output from a single node of 5 intelligence. Now that comes along with the fact that my amulet is going to have a percentage increase to intelligence. So in reality, I'm getting 5 times 1.228% intelligence per node. It comes out to be about 6.18. But this is how we get to this number. I'm currently here at 3,401, and picking up another intelligence node will increase that damage by 0.16. Now, how much additive damage do I have? To save you the long and short, I had about this much critical strike damage. I had a bunch of additive damages that all worked together, and what I ended up with was around 2,601 additive damage. For people who don't know, to determine how much of a multiplier that is, you add 1 and then you divide it by 100, right? So 2,600 additive damage is 27 times my total damage. Adding on 5 additive damage, so changing this from 27.01 to 27.06, is representative of a 0.185% damage increase. Now I know I'm losing you, but what you need to look at is that this number for adding on 5 additive damage is higher than this number for adding on 6 intelligence. And that's just because my intelligence bucket is hypersaturated and my additive bucket isn't as saturated at that point. Now, obviously, as you add on more additive damage, this number will go down and down. And as you add on more intelligence, this number will go down and down. And it turns out that basically I can never get to, and basically at this point, 5 intelligence will always be worth less than 5 additive damage. And there will be a certain point where 5 intelligence will be worth less than 4 additive damage, and so on and so forth. But at the point that I'm looking at right now, and again, I can't stress this enough, I have literally picked up every single node that would outperform in intelligence to give me damage. Like down here, I have 12 additive damage to injured. That's currently only worth about a 4.7 for me. So this will now slightly outperform an intelligence node. But everything else is currently taken. I can't get to other additive nodes as efficiently as I could just pick up intelligence. Now, why is that? Well, I could just click this and gain intelligence. You know, as opposed to having to path down here where I'm picking up 2 nodes that do absolutely nothing for my damage at all to be able to pick up whatever this is. Let's just say there was damage there. Now, I can't currently path to anything, meaning put points in to get to anywhere, that would be worth more than just putting it into an intelligence. What do I really mean by that? Well, I could just click this and gain 5 intelligence. That is 100% efficient, right? 1 point gets me a damage increase. As opposed to trying to get over to this node here. So this node would give me armor, which I don't need, I'm already at cap, and it would give me roughly 35% of the additive damage available to it. But to reach it, I would have to put in points. Now, gaining more dexterity isn't going to get me crit chance. I'm already at 100% chance to crit. Gaining more willpower will like very slightly increase my essence generation, but I don't have essence cost issues. I'm at 100% essence the entire time. So every dex node, every willpower node, and even every strength node, even though it would grant me armor, is considered dead here. It's not increasing the efficiency of my build. So when comparing this node, which gives me 50 additive damage, I think I'm going to get about a third of that. So that's about 17, 16-ish additive damage, which obviously vastly outperforms 5 intelligence. I have to spend 3 points to get there. So now we have this idea of point economy. I have to spend points to outperform intelligence. Intelligence is the golden standard. So for right now, where my numbers are, where my stats are, it is not worth it to build out to this node, because the loss of 3 points would be vastly stronger than just having put in points to intelligence. Okay, great. Now we understand the cost of pathing through the boards, and we understand a little bit of the pickle that we're in. Basically, I have 46 points to spend into intelligence. And what does that mean? Every point I put into intelligence is free. It didn't cost me anything, because I'm going to pick up intelligence everywhere. I'm going to pick up intelligence here and here. I'm going to pick up intelligence here and here. I'm going to pick it up here. They're 100% efficient. But what that means is the way that I've pathed through my board is also inefficient now. Let's go ahead and look at a really weird example that won't make any sense at first. And then I'll explain to you why you're gonna hate the endgame of Paragon boards. If you notice, when I swap between my Mystic respec, so less than 250 Paragon points, this is where I assume the majority of players will get by the end of this season, and my full board, not only did I rotate my exploit board, but I also swapped Flesh Eater and Blood Begets Blood. Why did I do that? Well, whereas before you would normally like to follow the rule of 5, meaning 5 points should get you to an important destination, intelligence nodes are now free. I'm going to be picking them up anyways, so they don't cost me anything to path along a board if it's an intelligence node. And what that means is that pathing through the boards is now more efficient than it was previously, and I've lost efficiency by not swapping around my boards. So let's go ahead and look at Frailty as a great example here. To path to a node of relevance, this maximum life node, I want to pick up this node. I have 2 intelligence nodes along the way. Sadly, though, I have a strength node, a dex node, and 2 willpower nodes. Pathing through here, since the intelligence is free, is costing me 4 points. Similar to that setup, to be able to path from this node of interest, which is this really valuable high additive damage as well as intelligence, and to leave through this board, I got 3 intelligence nodes. So again, those are completely free, but it cost me 1 willpower, 2, 3 willpower nodes. So pathing out of here cost me 3 points. Pathing out of here cost me 4 points. Is there anywhere else on the boards that I currently have where I could outperform these costs of pathing? Again, assuming that now that I've picked up everything that's relevant, I just want to pick up as much intelligence as possible. There's no more additive damage for me to get. This board right here, which is super efficient to path to. Why? Because this is the eliminator glyph. I want to pick up as much main stat as possible. It builds all the way over to here, so this cost me no points to get to here. Picked up an intelligence node, which I need to max out this glyph, and then only cost me 2 points. So pathing through this board only came with a cost of 2. But right over here, you'll notice that we have a really inefficient stretch of 5 points, right? Willpower, dexterity, intelligence, willpower. But if all of my intelligence nodes are free, leaving the board via this path right here would only cost me 3 points. What does that mean? Flesh Eater should no longer be my dead-end board because I actually want to path out of it. Because of this connection costs me 4 points, but this connection only costs me 3 points. By putting this board up here and by putting this board down at the end, I have gained a point of efficiency. I've gained another intelligence node I get to put somewhere else. And that's what I've been doing now for the past hour or two while looking at this and asking these types of questions. Is it better for me to actually path this way as opposed to something like this, which obviously this isn't a great example, but what is the difference if pathing for longer stretches of nodes would get me a bunch of free intelligence nodes and effectively cost me less? The more points I can put into intelligence, the more damage I'm going to do. So now I have to take this Flesh Eater board and move it up here, and Frailty should now become my dead-end board, with my exit being right here since I effectively have to enter the board from somewhere, and I can't outperform that anywhere else. Here you'll see that, so this cost me 1, 2, 3 nodes. Building out here, this would cost me 4 nodes to leave. Building out of here, 1, 2, 3, 4 nodes to leave as well. I would never build out of this side, and this one's already inefficient. So let's use the power of editing really quickly. Alrighty, great. I just saved myself a point. Now, it cost me points to do that, but the points that I spent are now in more intelligence nodes than they were before. As such, I've gained efficiency. I now need to go look at every single exit every time that I want to put in a single node and ask the question, do I now have a more valuable exit than I did previously? In fact, I just saw one right here. That's actually really funny. This exit right here has 3 intelligence nodes plus 2 intelligence nodes and would only cost me a single, either intelligence and wisdom or wisdom and strength. So this node is actually more efficient than even the exit that I just made here. And now I need to go swap them all out again. Please hold. So this one is technically more valuable. Okay, great. There we go. I actually just spent the same number of points and gained 2 intelligence nodes, all for the price of having to rearrange all my boards yet again. Now, luckily for most people who don't want to sit here and do this themselves, we're going to be doing this for you, right? We're going to be sitting down doing this type of theory crafting. But I wanted to put this out because it's a realization and a difference in the strategy than we had previously. And it's something that's going to take a very long time to get exactly perfect what you need to do at any given moment to be able to outperform what your build was doing previously or what your board was doing previously. And again, for the vast majority of people, they're not really going to get to this point. They may have to figure out how to efficiently spend like 10 to 30 Paragon levels, Paragon points, and maybe that just changes 1 or 2 boards and where you path in and out of them. But for the real end game, for the super meticulous end game, if you're looking to have a perfect build, a finished build, this is what we got to look forward to. I hope that that helps anybody who's been theory crafting themselves or trying to figure out like, how do I get the most out of this new system? Basically, the idea is take whatever your core stat is, determine how much of a bonus it would grant you, adding on more of it to your build, figure out how much additive damage you have, determine what it would look like adding that onto your build, and then by the end of all of it, sit there and go point by point and go, is this one more efficient or is this one more efficient? Your core stat is always free because you're going to have to fill up the rest of your board with core stat. I don't think there's any combination of boards that actually has like enough relevant magic and rare nodes. Like over here, I have potion healing and life per second. I'm never going to build over to this. So I'm probably going to end up spending anywhere between like 40 to 60 Paragon nodes just into core stat. So yeah, sit down, ask that question, figure it out. Always max out your glyphs at this point because they're probably going to outperform just putting it into core stat. And there you go. Thank you very much for watching this video. If you're brand new here, subscribe to the channel, leave a like on it as well. If I could have explained it better, or if you would like more clarity, or you want me to go into any one of these subjects in more depth, also let me know down in the comments. I want to try to get as much as I possibly can for people because this is a very interesting part of the lineage of Diablo 4, the story of Diablo 4, and how the game has evolved. And we're kind of all still just along for the ride here. So I'm learning, you're learning, we can help each other learn. But yeah, thank you very much for watching the video. I truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. What up, Big Ben? Paragon board shuffle. I'm doing well. Bloodsoak get buffed then because its best use is really only movement speed. Already limited on created desecrated ground, and if the glyph isn't even best choice here. Sure. Yeah, blood-soaked aspect at this point is definitely, I would say, underperforming. Lee Kurtaz in Holosend, thank you very much for the follows. I'd say with the advent of movement speed during Blood Mist, Blood-soaked. Well, here's the thing though. Blood-soaked does add on a huge amount of lucky hit procs for Blood Mist. Excuse me. And it slightly underperforms conceded for damage. So like, it's not strictly worse. What's good, Buddha? Now here's the question. How many other exits are like that? 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. So this is 1, 2 points. That's a 3-point exit. This is a 3-point exit. That's a 1-point exit. That's a 1-point exit. This is a basically a one-point exit. This is a 1-point exit. This is a 2-point exit. So I don't think I can gain any efficiency by having different exits. So now we're just at drop points into... I guess I should really figure out what this will look like. So what am I at for intelligence? 3413. My additive's got to be at like 2900, right? This is 2 points to get 20 shadow damage. So worth. That sucks. Oh, it's 3 points to get 20. Oh, hold on. So it's 6 points. Hmm. Uh. .09 would be better. But I'm also getting 4 here. So it's like 2.3-ish. Versus... So this is not worth it still? Okay. I think ultimately it will be worth it, right? This eventually outperforms. It's whether or not this eventually outperforms. Yeah, no, there's no 10 int in it. It's shadow damage and shadow damage over time. And would this armor ever be relevant? Not really.
Kerblam. Also, lurk.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Miz. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 15 months. Shoutouts to Miz. Thank you, Miz. I appreciate you. Holy. Okay, so at this point, I'm now just picking up all intelligence, right? This node's silly. Those have to outperform. Well, I ran out of free intelligence nodes to pick up. This is a big run. Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't even come close. Ta-da! Sure there's no more rare nodes? I am sure. Wish there was an outliner on Maxwell with the all known or approximately upcoming seasons combined for all Diablo games. So the issue is most of the time we don't know what the date will be. Rage, so that's not really a thing that can be maintained. Will there come a time to look at exits on boards that were subpar because they might be better? Yes, that's exactly the point, Sinister. These are not the exits I would have used previously. Well, and the answer is it's different per build. Like if you're an overpower build, the additive bonuses are significantly less than intelligence. What up, Richmond? Well, that's Sever. Ended up with 3,700 int. Like, this now changes how effective some of these numbers are. Well, really just on the gloves, I guess. How much int is that in metric dick tons? Well, it says 69 nice, so I'm going to go ahead and say 69. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Can ancestral items have multiple GAs? They can, yes. So that's Sever. Like, look at how much different this is from this. Okay. That's Sever. 1 build done. 4 hours. Easiest game of my life. This doesn't include like the leveling variant and all that, but easiest game of my life. Okay. Blight. 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 Why would I have Petrify here? I don't want Petrify. Well, I kind of do. Stagger is really good. Yeah. Bad phasing spirit aspect doesn't work with Blood Artisans. Phasing spirit is an aspect that like only works for base non-overpower bone spirit. Which is kind of interesting, because until they retune a lot of things, you're never not going to overpower Bone Spirit. But it's hard to say whether or not that's intentional. Why doesn't it work with Overpower Spirit? They don't overpower. Like, they do not read your overpower, your Bone Spirit's overpower proc. Because they are new missiles which are created from the effect of Bone Spirit doing damage, as opposed to something like Imprisoned Spirit, which says that cast of it explodes again. So rather than like creating a new missile, which doesn't read the overpower proc, it takes the existing missile and gives it an additional functionality. This one creates wholly new missiles. I'm going to build Blight under the assumption that its damage is relevant and they will fix the casting twice causes, because it's projectiles to cast twice. So that they will inevitably fix Evan Piercer. Will they? Who knows? Should they? Yes. Since the damage here is now much lower, base damage of Blight is more relevant. Is that true? It's actually not. It's nowhere close. It's not even vaguely close to that damage number. Wouldn't they still deal 40%? No, not really. So the reason why Imprisoned Spirit works the way that it is. So this doesn't mean do 80% of the damage that it dealt. Not really. It's do 80% of the base damage and then scale it in the way that you normally would. Imprisoned Spirit doesn't take the damage that the Bone Spirit dealt and then make it crit overpower again. It takes the base damage that it was and then scales it in the same way. So because these are not overpowering, it's the base damage scaled by crit and not by overpower. Am I just going to rebuild this by... Dude, thinking this much, like, really, really takes it out of me. I'm just going to make a new one. I'm just going to make a new one from scratch. Yeah, we can apply. Oop. You know what? Inexorable Reaper. Take that. Put it on every build. That can effectively run it. Torment 2. Also gotta do like my base Paragon here. Um. Do Blight and Infinimist share more of a design philosophy now that Infinimist won't be using Blood-Soaked and Desecrated Ground, Blight being higher DPS, Infinimist being more survivability? Do they share, according to whose design philosophy, Hells? Are we just using that term to mean, are the two builds similar in intended output? Be more similar. Infinimist currently is a damage over time build that wants to cast Corpse Explosion as often as possible. Blight is a damage over time build that wants to cast a core skill as often as possible. So in that in that reductive state, yes. But I'm not sure what the statement "won't be using Blood-Soaked and Desecrated Ground" has to do with it, because that wasn't really a defining factor of Infinimist. Like, Infinimist did not seek to scale Desecrated Ground damage, and I was one of the only people who liked using Blood-Soaked, and was mostly for lucky hit procs and movement speed, before the addition of movement speed while in Blood Mist. So Blood-Soaked is not really a contributing factor to that. It's the fact that doing crit damage based off of lucky hit chance is not sustainably high enough to kill the monsters now that their life is so high. That's the determining factor. That answers the X-Files question. Perfect. Yeah, it turns out scaling dot and crit just doesn't work, and the crit doesn't scale enough to trigger now that they have nerfed, after they had nerfed Corpse Explosion's base lucky hit modifier. And then basically took away the ability to be Infinimist without very high gear requirements. Yeah. Infinimist is just kind of like a bad thing that you can do right now, basically. I feel like this is gonna change. Like, this armor would be nice to pick up. 5 points for armor. That's how I'm gonna put it for right now, I guess. Excuse me. So I want Scourge, Control, Eliminator. Exploit would be fine. Sacrificial would be fine. Completely unusable now. Amplify sucks. Blood begets blood and then frailty? Rest off, that just doesn't work. So you're an idiot. I'm not going to have a lot of additive damage. Dot is hard to scale. Dot is interesting. This is a conversation I get into a lot, which is basically like, it's a conversation I get into a lot because damage over time not scaling with crit or overpower and only able to scale with vulnerable, when non-damage over time can crit, overpower, and vulnerable, already puts it at like a huge setback. You know, look at the sacrifices in the Book of the Dead. The Golem either gives you attack speed, maximum life, or critical strike damage multiplier. What does that mean? Well, that means that if you're not a critical strike damage build, not only are you losing out on a massive multiplier, but also the sacrificial glyph is strictly less valuable for you. As far as like pure damage scalability. Now, it does have the benefit of like being maximum life, and that's only really an outlier right now because of how wild maximum life is with overpower. So that's a little bit different. It's just harder to really quantify that at a glance. You have to like fully calculate all of your additive damage when overpowering, and then determine what the impact is of the maximum life. Then determine if that maximum life total plus the damage value outperforms whatever other aspect you would put into a similar slot. And then the attack speed is nice, but it's another thing that's just very hard to calculate on the fly. But dots, like, this does 189% damage over 6 seconds. This does 110 damage the moment that you hit something. This has the benefit of does damage to targets that were not originally inside of it after you've cast it, and plays differently with lucky hit chance. This does its damage immediately and kills the monster. And this is rank 1. So 154 damage versus 189 damage. Now, obviously, there's like the instance of damage too, right? But we're going to be scaling dot, not instance damage. So the instance damage of Blight does nothing, which is like it's a whole other thing. But for scalability, it's just like not there. And it just really hasn't been addressed. Now, Ebon Piercer solved that issue by multiplying your damage by 15. That's probably not how it should be addressed. But even with that, and Uncapped Wither, which we haven't really experienced Capped Wither yet, but Uncapped Wither, it was still only the 3rd best Necromancer build when it was relevant. So that's all rough, basically. It's rough out in these streets for dot builds. Sacrificial, I guess? And then exploit, I guess? Yeah. This is 240 points spent. Oh, shit. Oh, we can't have that. Yeah, that's better. Step 1. Perfect. Yeah, base corpse explosion is just like bad. Like the major issue with corpse explosion is, one, people just want to do corpse explosion builds, which like just isn't how it works. Corpse explosion is meant to be something that you do in addition to what you're doing. So like in Diablo 2, you really weren't a corpse explosion necromancer. You were a poison nova and you also had corpse explosion. You weren't really just a minion necro. You had minions and you had corpse explosion. You could just be like a bone spear necromancer, but corpse explosion was free. In this game, the issue is scaling a damage type that isn't the same damage type as yours is untenable. And the things that scale corpse explosion require you to make more corpses than you can, and then run out of damage. Because of that, the only way to build fully into corpse explosion is to do blighted corpse explosion. And blighted corpse explosion is just strictly worse than casting blight. So it's not really a thing that you can build into. It's like it's you know, a secondary damage source, which was cool when the game first came out. But you can't have, at least on the Necromancer, you can't have secondary damage sources on an endgame build. You have a primary damage source and you scale it as hard as you possibly can. And that's it. End of logic. End of rant. It sucks. But that's just like it. That's just how it works. So it's just all kind of bad. Give me a quick second. I'm going to grab a snack. I'm going to grab a snack. I'll run ads now so we're not interrupted later. I'll be right back. Always trying to eat more throughout the day so I don't, you know, pass out. You know that thing? You know that thing? Okay. We wouldn't be able to scale poison or really scale it as like... You would have to be able to make it overpowered to be able to scale it as a blood skill. And you can't realistically make it overpower. Inexorable Reaper. Hmm. With Blood Tag, wouldn't be able to overpower. So yes. Both Blood Surge and Blood Lance inherently overpower, and then also can gain additional procs of overpower from Rathmas. The base functionality of Corpse Explosion, it can't just be add the tag. It would have to also gain an ability to overpower for it to be competitive. Would you run this just for the stagger? Hmm. Must be missing half the conversation. Yeah, I don't have Twitch chat up on this because it hides a bunch of stuff. But Twitch also never sees the YouTube conversation, so there's just like no winning. Huh. I wonder if this works on Ebon Piercer. I doubt it. I don't, like, none of these are good. Sure. 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 That's what I got. These are my multis? I mean, sure. Just kind of wild. Have any of the seasonal powers been good? There's always been a handful of good options, and the rest completely suck. Not surprised runes are the same. Have any of the seasonal powers been good? I feel like you've answered your own question, right? Have they been good? Yeah, they've been good. Have there been ones that weren't as powerful? Also, yes. What's better here? Like Soul Rift duration. 8 seconds plus 30% is 10 is 2.4. Versus cooldown reduction. 11% off is 4 seconds off. Kind of. Answered my own question there, huh? Kinda answered my own question there, huh? Now here's the interesting part. How the fuck did I get all this intelligence? And resistance? Like my res is cracked. Runes will be rebalanced? Almost certainly. Yeah. Be weird if they weren't. Okay. Easy armor, easy res. Love that. Step 2. What is it? The braids? But you'll feeling you don't work with me no more. Okay. What is it? The braids? Rod Ferguson put up a Twitter poll. What up, Rod? The world's greatest role-playing game. That's awesome. So, shoutouts to this man just deciding he was getting yoked. Rod Ferguson. How are people planning to play Vessel of Hatred? I probably got to start Necro just to like make sure we're not super wrong. Hey, let's go. Lowest denomination. Powerful. What your feeling? You want give me no more? Okay. Lone current. This will be ancestral. Your feelings? You want work with me no more? Okay. There's 2 goats left. How's Rez doing? Rez is doing pretty okay. How's Armor? Armor's doing okay. Okay. Let's go. What do we need? Piercer. When do we need it? Piercer. I'm really glad that we didn't get a paladin. I'm a bit of a paladin hater, if I'm going to be honest with y'all. I just like... I don't know, man. I'm very happy that it is a new class entirely. Will I need all of this armor? I would much rather this be cooldown reduction, right? Spiritborn has an EverQuest Beast Lord vibe to it. Yeah, I don't hate that. Why the hate for the Holy Bros? Cause like Paladin in D2 was just like so uninspired, and the endgame mechanics of it are like really simple. And the worst part about it was that like people misrepresented it as the strongest class when it wasn't even like close to that. Well, that's bold of me to say. It wasn't the strongest class, and people pretended like it was, and it was really hard to argue against them, so it left a really sour taste in my mouth vis-a-vis people who main Paladin. It's the same reason why I love Boazon in D2, and it's because I hated the D2 like Boazon elitists. And I liked like mathematically proving them wrong, because a bunch of people would just like regurgitate a lot of the same stuff, and I always found that very funny. So a lot of it came down to me mostly being a hater. Basically, I'm a hater. Is what it comes down to. Is Soul Rift good enough to run just kind of straight up? Why does Diablo 4 universe need to follow the rules and not create branches like in D&D? I'm not sure what you're referencing. Could you expand on that? Like Forgotten Realms campaigns. Yep. Can you expand on that? BG2 versus BG3 rules and classes. That hasn't helped me to understand what the statement is. Helmet granting imperfectly balanced. Acts as a multiplier. Resource generation is nice. Increasing soul rift damage is non-negligible. Gaining damage reduction is nice. Increasing duration of soul rift is good. Soul rift proccing damage every once in a while is negligible. Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't fully follow the 5e rules. Yeah. You've campaigned that broke the rules and evaded. Sure. They made D&D rules more fun to do in a video game. But it is definitely different than the base rules of this set, for sure. Mostly to account for how a DM can allow an effect in the game to work on a thing that they think makes sense, as opposed to exactly how the rules are written, because the rules cannot account for like the majority of physics interactions in the universe. Is Soul Rift the replacement for all shadow builds, even over Bone Storm? Basically, yes. Yeah. I would say basically, yeah. I'm just not sure what the porting of 5e to Baldur's Gate 3 for a video game has to do with Diablo 4's universe not being willing to break the rules. Oh, Kalan's Edict has been trash the entire time. Like, severely trash. It's been pretty rough. The Unmaker is just like very good. I remember when Ossified Essence was 1 damage per 1 essence. Insane. I think the answer is no. I think you don't run the Unmaker. This is Blight. It's just like Unmaker. It would just be a good, like, if somebody put an Unmaker onto Blight, it wouldn't feel bad. So the answer is no. Okay, well, okay. I now understand the statement that you're saying. You're originally agreeing with the concept that the Diablo 4 universe doesn't need to have a paladin like the previous games. That is what it is in reference to. Now I'm there. Got it. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, I agree. Are you cooked? Are you cooked? That's a great question. The walk from fans of Dungeons and Dragons didn't have a large revolt at the fact that the studio, Larian Studio, when they made Baldur's Gate 3 as an adaptation of the new rule set, were okay with the rules not functioning exactly like they were in the game, as it translates to people really wanted a paladin and were upset that the first added class to the game wasn't a paladin. Was a bit of a long walk for me. I don't really think the two concepts are really related. But I do now understand the total point that you're attempting to make. How am I now at 1,000 armor? Oh, we're at, all right, we're at 1,000 armor. I think we do damage to cursed enemies, which sucks. The only reason why I don't want to recommend it is because tempering for it is the worst. But it is better. It is just strictly better. Yeah. D4 needs a paladin because enough of the people that pay for the content want a paladin. I think a lot of people have been very vocal about wanting a paladin. Sure. I don't think that you actually have a number on that. So I would dare say that's not insight that can be granted. But I would agree that there is a large amount of people who would like a paladin based off of what people have said.
Blessed above all others be the hour when you remember to remember me. I'm going to let you
What's more important, the temper here?
You shall die exquisitely.
Imagine if they introduced an Oathbreaker instead of a paladin. I think I want one corpse tendy size. What's my attack speed at? Attack speed is 72 plus 15 times 1.55. 7.5 is 22 plus an additional whatever. So I'm at 94-ish. Perfect. Exactly what I want. We love that. Yeah. Well, Blizzard made werewolf skills focus on both dot and crit. They don't affect each other. Even the key passive doesn't scale dot. I demand a unique or key passive to scale that crit damage. Yeah, welcome to damage over time and crit, and the fact that they don't scale each other and can't successfully. It's basically my least favorite thing that currently exists in the game that continues to attempt to proliferate. How do I solve res here? I guess this becomes resistance. Sure. And solving res for Torment 4 is hard. Aaron, Action RPG, my boy. What is going on, friend? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the raid. Hi, everybody. My name is MacroBioBoi. I'm very quickly going crazy due to trying to get all the theory crafting done for season 6 for the Necromancer. And wrapping my head around how to min-max for the new Paragon system. Dela, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs out to the community.
Content creator.
Appreciate you.
You're a real one.
I appreciate you very much. Thank you, thank you. Welcome on in, everybody. But if you are new to Diablo 4, if you're new to me, who am I? I'm this guy. Well, that's Panda Glassjaw. But I'm this one. So if you come here, this is what you're watching currently. That's me. Necromancer class lead for max roll basically means that if you come here, and you come here, and you come here, I wrote about half of these. And I oversaw the other half as well. Along with my writer Chronix, my boy. We do this. I stare at the Necromancer for a lot of hours, and that's what I do. But stay a while, listen. If you're brand new here, go ahead and you can watch here, you can watch on YouTube. I stream on both, whichever one is your preferred enjoyment center. And we're currently working on a Blight Necromancer. Damage over time's in an interesting place walking into season 6 because they buffed the thing that scales our damage the most, and they supposedly put a cap on it, but that cap hasn't existed since when they supposedly put it on last season. The cap should probably be there, but on top of that, there's a chance that a couple different bugs that have kind of been negatively impacting things like Blight's ability to do damage might be addressed, might not, who knows. But with the addition of damage in the Paragon, Blight was already a fairly strong build. And nowadays, it's just kind of like the Necromancer is stronger than it's ever been before. Also, I'm now just putting Inexorable Reaper onto every single build that can. Because Woody said he liked it. And I gotta figure out what that possibly could mean. I have to figure out what that possibly could mean. Maybe he's onto something. You know, Woody's a pretty smart guy. Both rooting for and counting on you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that support and that pressure. Thank you, thank you. I think this is it. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it. Now let's make a mythic version of it. Bada bing, bada boom. First and foremost, Heir of Perdition? Yeah. Yeah. Heir of Perdition's pretty good. Pretty good, I'd say. Cheerios. Cheerios. Grand Topaz. Do I need the damage reduction? Probably not. That's probably fine. And this becomes a ring of starless skies. The snack that smiles back, goldfish. 92, I'm at 1... Nice, okay. Yeah, I'm at the last breakpoint with that. Snack that smiles back, goldfish. Now we can put skulls in here. We're at a lot of armor. Probably means we could take armor off here. I don't know what else I want to put here, but I can take armor off, and that's kind of all that matters. I kind of like maximum life in this spot. Kind of a lot of maximum life. Probably don't need this here. I do not. Perfection. Intelligente. Was Andy scaled by Wither? I believe so. Issue being that, like, it shouldn't be. So I don't like recommending it because of how bugged that is. It's a little bit not my bag. Do I really need resource cost reduction? A little bit. We're just gonna do that straight up. Yep. Yeah, go for it. Perdition plus Tyrells is the official endgame uniform. It really is. A snack that smiles back, goldfish. Yeah, we have a ton of res we don't need. This will be step 3, the mythic revamp. Oh, what happened here? Hello. Yeah. Welcome home, madams. I love you. You're here. Turder. I think in the end game, you don't really need this part of it at all. I'm gonna kind of leave it in there until people start getting mad about it, though. It's just like free. The snack that smiles back, goldfish. Mythic respec? Out of here. Get out of your mind. Get out of your mind. Get out of your mind. Do. Get out of your mind. Wow. Get out of your mind. Wow.
Was out of town for the PTR. How was it looking?
Yo, thank you very much, Sama. For the 8 months. Was out of town for the PTR. How is it looking? It is looking. It's looking fairly interesting. There's basically just like a lot. Basically just like everything is different. Everything is different. Straight out the gate. And what that means the whole game is different. The whole game is different. And the Necromancer is stronger than it has ever been. While simultaneously the weakest it's ever comparatively been, I think. I think that's a fair statement. But it is definitely 2.0 for sure. Sever mobility might feel bad on controller. It probably will. But we'll figure it out. I mean, you just, you know, put a mobility aspect here instead. But at least for now, it's fun. Go from not recommending it on any build to trying to put it onto every build. Why not? Why not, you know? I say, why not? You should always challenge your preconceptions. Unless you're a coward. So there's that. Get out of your mind. You just need 3 Ubers for this build. Who cares? 3 mythics. With a triple GA Masterwork crit on attack speed. Like, just get good. Get out of here. That would be to hit the highest attack speed breakpoint, so. Yeah, pretty good build. Do I want to run Inner Calm? Should they be easier to craft? Yes. Yeah. There's an alternative route of crafting them, which is through runes. Still requires resplendent sparks, though. But theoretically, you'll continue to get 3 of those a season, and then ostensibly you can craft 3 mythics in a season. I almost wish you could have crafted uniques instead. Being able to craft the mythics through rune words just kind of feels weird. Instead, Porque no los dos. You're not wrong. Porque no los dos, amigo. This should probably be resource generation. Porque los dos, amigo. It's 2.8 essence per second. Yeah. Can do desecrated ground rune word to run the glyph. I don't think you would generate it fast enough. Oh, it's pretty fast. I think that's something that's worth exploring. See if its uptime is good. See if the +3 skills are underperforming. Do you think players will have full ancestral setups before having mythics? Oh, probably not. I think we're going to go ahead and call it, though. The only thing that I have to do is like the full board respec, and that's like an hour of my brain that just will disintegrate and go away. Yeah. I think we're going to go ahead and call it for right now. Got a lot of good work done today. We did sever the entire build. Blight obviously went faster. I'd already finished Soul Rift, so that's all pretty good. We also recorded that video about Paragon and like how to think about it now, which I'd like to get edited and put out tonight because I think that'd be a good video. Gotta cut away a lot of me doing the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia red board with the string everywhere meme. Oh, that actually just gave me a really funny idea of something I want to do with that. But yeah, I'll get these uploaded into the Discord, ! Discord on Twitch. It's in the description down below on YouTube. I currently have them in there as the PTR Theorycrafts. I'll get them replaced with the most up-to-date versions of them right now, so that people can take a look at them for the ones that I have. And yeah, let's go ahead and find somebody to raid. Oh, good day. Got a lot of good work done. World of Warcraft. TwitchCon San Diego 2024. President Trump's in Flint, Michigan. You fucking loser. Trying to figure out who I haven't rated in a bit. I will go raid my buddy Hazard. Ba-ba-ba. Total KO, thank you very much. Or Total Cobra. Thank you very much for the follow. Let's go give Hazard some lovey love. But all right, y'all. As always, I hope that y'all have a great night. If I don't see you again, be good to yourself, make good decisions. But auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kap kun krap, sawadi, gute Nacht, hasta mañana. See you all again. Be good. Drink water, get up and stretch. You're a thirsty bitch. Ciao. See y'all tomorrow.